Back in action. Ready to do this. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, we're going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings. This time, we're going to be recreating this painting by Kees van Dongen's Brigitte Bardot from 1964. It's a beautiful painting, bright colors, and a painting I think a lot of people will be able to paint, even if it's one of your first paintings. So let's jump right into things and talk about how we're going to get this whole thing done. We'll look at the plan of attack here. In just a couple seconds, we'll talk about the scale of difficulty, how difficult this particular painting might be, and if you want to attempt doing it. We'll cover the materials required very briefly. I've done a whole hour and a half long episode going into detail about it, but for those people who are new to the channel, we'll talk about that. We'll get the image onto the canvas. I'll show you how to do an image transfer. And then we're going to stain it with some color, and then we'll talk a little bit about Kees van Dongen's biography. We did an episode featuring him 6 months ago, and I went into, I think, pretty deep detail about his life, but maybe some things more along the lines of the latter half of his career, because this painting was created when I think he was 87 years old. So we'll talk a little bit about what he got up to in the second half of his career. We'll talk a little bit about today's painting and Brigitte Bardot herself. And then we're just going to be painting maniacs. We're going to be bouncing back and forth between foreground and background. And my goal is, well, I've got to pick my daughter up from school at 3 o'clock, so it certainly cannot be a 5-hour episode for sure. So sometime within that period of time, we'll accomplish today's painting and do our side-by-side comparison. Oh, look, there's Kathy. Says, welcome back, Michael. Hope you're all better. I can only stay an hour, but we'll get to this one. I love the colors. Thank you so much. Yes, I was under the weather for about a month, and that set me super far back, and I'm just finished teaching courses at the art school I teach at, Emily Carr University here in Vancouver. And the summer session just ended, but when I was sick, I missed a couple of like a week of classes, and that just threw my whole schedule out. I've been kind of trying to catch up ever since. So it's, but I'm happy to be back, and I'm looking forward to doing a lot of paintings to catch up over the next few months before I'm back in session in the fall. So just a quick little bit of admin here is, if you want to support the channel, as Kathy has done many times, you can hit the like button and the subscribe button and the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. I don't usually do Monday morning episodes, so if you want to know when I usually do episodes, which I would like to know because I never know when I'm going to do them until sometimes a few days before they happen. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link there. You can scan the QR code or enter in that web address, and it'll take you to the PayPal site where you can safely, securely donate to keep the channel going. And I depend on that. So I sincerely appreciate those of you who've been supporting the channel for years now. There's also sort of other ways you can support the channel financially as well. You can send an e-transfer, or check in the mail, or money order, or use the YouTube Super Chat function here while we're live. All of those things work very, very well. I don't post my email here on the page because I get spammed constantly by Russian trolls these days. So all of those links, though, are down below, and you can go to the website, and there's lots of links there as well. Just a quick little shout out to support and join the Facebook group, where lots of people have been sending very sweet messages, hoping that I'm healthy and alive. And yes, I am healthy and alive. I hope. I'm assuming this is me and not a AI-generated avatar speaking to you right now. But I feel pretty good at the moment. Although, just as I say that, I feel like my allergies are kicking in. It's a workplace hazard, I guess. So consider joining the Facebook group, uploading your work to the Facebook group, and then about every 6 weeks or so in a few weeks, I want to do another feedback session, because there's also some paintings that I didn't get to last time that I want to catch up on and get all caught up for good. So join the Facebook group, upload a photograph of your latest artwork, whether it's the Kees van Dongen we're about to do today, or something else in the past, or a brand new artwork you've created completely on your own. I'd love to see it. I'd love to give you some feedback and celebrate your achievement. Because as I always say, the more people who are making art, the better our world would be, the more peaceful our planet and our communities would be if just all of our leaders just took a couple of art classes. So consider doing that. It's all free. So, our first little stop here is just to talk briefly about how difficult today's painting will be. So there is the scale of difficulty. And so we go from beginner, novice, to intermediate, advanced, and then to expert, like Kees van Dongen himself. And so where does this painting fall along that spectrum? Well, our beginner is, as it sounds, maybe somebody who's never painted before, never seen me before, never opened up a tube of paint. You could do this painting. I think you could do it. It might be a bit of a reach, but I think you could do it. However, I would suggest watching some of the first episodes as part of the Master Study series, do some of the basic techniques and exercises, like mixing a color wheel, look at the value scale, and then this could be your first painting you do after that. So this is, and I'm going to try to keep this painting as simple as possible so that it is something that you might be able to do if you're just getting started. However, if you're an intermediate artist or even an advanced or expert artist, I think you should have no problem working on today's painting. So this is a particularly inclusive work, not as complex as many of the other ones we've done by, I don't know, Michelangelo or Leonardo or Vermeer. Let's talk about the materials that are required to create a painting like this. So, as I said, I've done a whole episode going into depth about all the different materials that you could use to get started as a painter. So I'm not going to go into all of that great depth, but you could scan this QR code. It goes to the Dropbox folder, which we'll talk about again in a moment. But you can download the free PDF at the very top folder there, and then you can use that to shop for supplies. You can print it out or look at it on your phone while you're standing in an art supply store. It lists almost all of the major paints that we're going to talk. I'll show some of this on screen as well, so you can decide if you already have some of those materials or if you need other ones to supplement what you already have. Essentially, we're going to be painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board here, or canvas panel, but you could do this on watercolor paper, sketchbook paper. Many people just draw these episodes and don't even paint them, so lots of different ways you can accomplish this. Okay, I'm about to sneeze. One sec. Hopefully I got that in time, because that was a wild one. Okay. I always suggest to have a rag or two. And really, I just put this title there to remind myself to grab a rag, because accidents are less likely to happen when you're ready for them. They always happen when you're not prepared. And that's when all of a sudden you spill paint all over the place and you're like, oh, what do I do? Versus if you got something ready to go, you'd be surprised accidents never happen. So we're going to be using what's called the split primary palette as our primary mode of painting. There's lots of different so-called palettes and approaches to painting. I, however, am on a mission to spread and popularize this approach, because I wish I learned this when I was in elementary school or junior high or high school. I went all the way through undergraduate and graduate art school and went to many of the best art schools in the world. Nobody ever talked about this, and I think this just simplifies the whole process of painting, and it just makes it so much easier that if you do want to use the many more complicated methods that I learned when I was in college, this makes everything so much clearer, and you'd understand why the function of all those different types of palettes. So essentially what it means is we're splitting the so-called primary colors in half so that we have a warm and cool yellow, warm and cool red, warm and cool blue, because every color is either warm or cool. Or you could think of it as every color either leans towards orange or towards green. And understanding what colors do that and how you can maximize that is really important. Wow. Understanding why color temperature is really important is the key to being able to create a lot of depth in your artwork, the illusion of space. Whether you want to make a so-called realistic painting or abstract painting, understanding how those colors influence the perception of depth, I think, is really, really important. Because your warm colors appear to advance, cool colors appear to recede. So when you're mixing a painting or mixing colors for a painting, you just ask yourself, where is the color that I want to paint? Is it in the clouds way off in the background? Or is it in on the tip of the nose of the person standing in the front of the clouds, right? And so then you would just use your 3 warm colors to paint the thing closest to the viewer, and your 3 cool colors to paint the stuff that's in the background. And then you use a kind of a mix of warm and cool for the area in between. Now, it sounds super simple. It's in practice a little bit more complicated than that, or maybe it's sometimes hard for people to remember, and that's what these episodes are for, to help you kind of understand those concepts. There's Stephanie in the chat and Senga. I hope you're better, Michael. We were all worried. Yes, I did. I hadn't been on the Facebook group in a little while, and I saw some messages of people very alarmed. So I really, it's nice to know people care and are concerned. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. Again, a testament to the wonderful community of people that have joined that Facebook group, and how supportive and encouraging and caring everybody is. I wish our Facebook group was just a microcosm of the wider world, but for now, we'll just have to settle for a really great Facebook community until the rest of the world catches on to the wonderful thing that we've got going here. Okay, so let's just quickly look at the different kinds of paint that you can use. Personally, for all of these episodes, I don't know, 500 or so of these that I've done, I use these Amsterdam paints here, these Amsterdam Standard. It's made by Royal Talons, which is a Dutch company, and they have a more higher quality brand that is much harder to find, a little bit more expensive. These, I think, are perfect. They're actually also a little bit less thick than their so-called professional grade of paints. Anyway, these are the colors that I'm going to use. I'm not sponsored, not paid by them at all, but I do think this is your best bang for the buck. I think it's the highest quality paint for the least amount of money. You can certainly get higher quality paints, but you're going to be spending sometimes 2, 3, 4 times the price. As I'm flipping through here, these are all just different brands of acrylic paint from around the world. I haven't used all of them, but this is me going on their websites, looking at their colors, and estimating which ones would probably work best. However, we'll see here that there are some that I have used and do not recommend, as well as others that people within our Facebook community have used that don't appear to work very well either. And often it's like your least expensive paints have the biggest problem. But as we'll see here, there are some very well-known brands that do not work. So Museum Color out of Toronto, Peebo out of France. Peebo is one of the most, commonly found brands of paint on Earth, and so it's extremely disappointing that they don't work very well, at least specifically for this type of painting. Because essentially what happens is paint companies, especially cheaper brands, just add a lot of extra titanium white into the paint to make it look more opaque. And the problem with that is that it makes it impossible for us to mix our own black. All the colors have a pastel vibe to them because there's so much white. Now, even Amsterdam, there's titanium white mixed in here. But just less of it, so it's not really a problem as much as it is with these other brands. So just consider avoiding these, and likely any paint that you find for $1 at your local dollar store, 99-cent store, probably is not going to have very good results. Okay. The next step is to download the outline that I've created on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app, and then to print it out and transfer it onto a canvas. So let me show you how to do that. The first thing you want to do is scan the QR code here, or enter in that web address above, and it'll take you to our Dropbox folder. So let's bring that up. Oh, here's the Facebook group. Shout out to that. Okay. So if we go to the Dropbox folder, you see at the very top, here's that supply guide I mentioned before. And then there's, I don't know, 400 different folders here. They're the names of each artist beginning with their first name. Which might sound a little bit strange, but I tried doing it last name first, and I didn't recognize a lot of those names. I often recognize artist names with their first and last name, so I've organized it that way. And if you scroll down to the Kees, you see Kees van Dongen right here, and you'll also notice that all the folders are listed by the level of the scale of difficulty. So this one here is under number 2 for novice, and then here's the 3 files that are within here. You'll see there's the original and then the outlines that I've done. So let's just check that out. You've got your original and then the outline that I did. So you can download that. There's a JPEG and PDF version of it. Print it out on your printer at home, and then you're ready to go. So let's jump. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to tape this down, and sometimes I look and, in fact, I actually may, move that down just a little bit. So there's a bit more room at the top, just because, let's say if you're a little bit like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to draw this, well, then move it right to the bottom. Yeah, there'll be more space at the top, but that way you don't have to improvise on what's going on down here. So, but I am going to move it down just a little bit. 1 second here. Gotta blow my nose. Okay. And then crikey. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, I have to find everything's sort of left in disarray since the last episode that I had to stop halfway through because I wasn't feeling well, which I'm going to complete in a couple of days. So this here is some graphite paper, and graphite or charcoal paper is the same thing if you're old enough to remember using your credit card and one of those machines that took an impression of it. This is essentially what that is. You can buy it at any art supply store. I got this at a local dollar store, so you can still find it in lots of places. Where's my pen? I have to hide pens around here because my daughter loves to draw on every available surface. So, which, you know, as an artist, I love. I think that's great. But sometimes when you're trying to put somebody to bed and they're drawing all over the walls, you put the pencils away. Okay, so I'm just going to I often use a pen, but this is a little bit of a callback to some of the first episodes. Use a pencil for the first time in a while. I used to use a red pencil. So I do that. It's a good idea just to double check that your lines are in fact going on to the other surface here. I like to use usually a colored pencil or a colored pen, because that makes it a little bit easier to see what lines you've already drawn and which lines you haven't yet. Now, I'm not going to go over every single one of these lines. Sometimes I think I way overdo the lines, and sometimes that confuses people. I'll show you here momentarily which lines I've decided to do and which ones I've omitted. Now, you can reuse these pieces of carbon paper over and over. You know, I did her nostrils here, and they didn't really show up, and that was because that part of the carbon paper looks like it had been pretty much exhausted. So, and then all of these shapes here. I'm just debating whether I want to bother tracing all of those. Maybe I'll just... So I'll just show you what I'm doing. Oh, that's barely showing up. Although... that's not such a bad thing, but... Okay, I think that's good enough. What's the question? Senga says, is that not a room Michael is in? My studio used to be in my basement in the previous place we lived. This is now on the second floor of the house. There's a balcony. I've been wanting to open it up this summer to have it open while I was painting, but right now it's full of power tools and not quite the hangout spot I was hoping yet. So eventually we'll open it up and we'll have the leaves and garden out here. It'll be a great background. Just not quite there yet. Oops. Sorry. Let's get back to this view. Okay. CMD. Hello, CMD. Okay, let's move to our next step. What I'd like to do now is stain the canvas with a little bit of color, and that step is called the Imprimatura. I think one of the most fun art words you can learn to say. It's just a fun word to say, Imprimatura, right? It's an Italian word for the prime layer or the first layer of paint. And artists have been doing this for about 700 years. Now, not all artists do it, and some artists, especially today, don't do it, probably more than any other time in the past. I mean, this is a technique we teach at art school and universities. Whether people want to listen to it or not is another thing altogether. That's just how artists are. But it's, I think, a really great time-saving exercise, as well as, for me, a part of my kind of warm-up process, how I get into the mode of painting. Because it doesn't really require a lot of brain power. It's something I can do almost in my sleep, and that's one of the reasons why I like it, because I don't like using brain power, I guess. And people are like, yeah, it's pretty clear there's not a lot of brain activity going on. Yeah, we kind of, that's pretty clear, Michael. Okay. So, got all my paints here. Now, typically, the color that I usually use is my warm yellow here. And I was just, as I was getting ready today, thinking, maybe should I just do something a little bit different? Also potentially to speed the process of this up. And so I think I'm going to take a look at the original, and we'll just sort of talk about what we could do. Now, there's a couple things. This painting or what appears to be a painting, is actually a lithograph based on a painting that he did in 1958. Now, I wasn't able to find an image of the original painting, although we'll see here some photographs of Van Dongen painting it with Brigitte Bardot in his studio, but the painting itself I couldn't find. But anyway, so this is a lithograph, which it might actually be a photo of a paint. It's hard to tell, but what I want to do is just sort of look at the surface to see if there's any identifying information about potentially a Imprimatura. Now, that would be very unlikely to see in a lithograph because of the process. Lithograph is a printmaking process. It's kind of like a silk screen, like on a t-shirt. So typically you wouldn't do an Imprimatura here to stain the canvas, but I think I'm going to do one anyway. So typically what I'm doing when I zoom in is I'm trying to see if I can see a color that's underneath all the other colors or in between certain brush strokes. Now, so I think this is just printing ink applied on top of white paper to make this. But we can still kind of think about this approach and how we might use it in today's painting. So I think I'm going to just do something a little bit different, which just maybe to show people that I am capable of a little bit of flexibility. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to take my cool yellow, and some white, and a little bit of matte medium. Now, typically what I do is I just use my warm yellow and white. And maybe I'll regret having just done this, but what I want to do is just get a color on the canvas as quickly as possible, but also use this same color for my background. So ideally this is going to be pretty close to what's there already. Maybe I'll put a bit more yellow in here. The one little worry that one could have is if we put too much white in this paint, we run the risk of covering up all of the pencil lines that we just painted there in the image transfer process. So that's why I've added a little bit of the matte medium. Matte medium is just paint without any color. It's literally what's in the paint before they put the powdered pigment in. So I put that in there just to give a little bit of transparency back to the color, because white is a great cover-up. It's going to obliterate everything underneath it. Oops, let's... The main reason I'm holding it up like this is so that I can I like getting the edges of the painting. This is something that I like doing. And also it just helps kind of keep the table a little bit clean at this stage. You can see too what I'm doing. Maybe let's zoom out a bit here. So I've got paint on my sleeve there. You see that I'm going back and forth left to right and up and down. Because really the main purpose of the Imprimatura is to get into the weave of the canvas and to completely cover up any little gaps there. And then lastly, I generally want these brush strokes to be going up and down. So if it's a portrait, I usually want those brush strokes up and down. If it's a landscape one, I want them up and down this way. So that generally that helps with, if there's light hitting it, the light is just going to hit the, and we won't really see any stripes on there. Versus if I had those horizontal strips, then I would see all these little striations there. The light is going to catch all of those little ridges. Okay, so I got lots, well, not lots, but I have a little bit of this paint left over. I'm just gonna collect it all into a little bunch here. Just in the unlikely case that, I don't know, I spill my tea all over it and I need to do some touch-ups, well, I've got a little bit of that color left over here that I could use to touch things up a little bit with, so just have to find a place to keep it. Okay. Next step up here, I'm just going to clean the paint off of my brush onto a rag first. This ensures that all of that plastic, acrylic is a plastic, goes into the landfill and not into my water here, which will sooner or later go down the drain. And depending on where you live, might just go directly out into your local river or ocean. And then little fish eat it. And then those little fish get eaten by bigger fish. And then we eat those bigger fish. And I don't know about you, but I don't like eating plastic. So this is one way to circumvent the ingestion of plastic and introducing it into our food system. Okay. Let's zoom back. Oops. A little bit too tight. Oh, there's Heidi. It says, hope you feel better every day. Also, don't push yourself too hard, even if you feel okay. Thank you, Heidi. I love how sweet all of you guys are. That just so touches me so deeply. Yeah, Heidi, you haven't had a chance to paint but you're looking forward to getting back to painting when life is a little more settled. I'm right there with you. I get that 100%. Okay. You know, slowly this sweater, I've had this for, I don't know, what, 3 years now, and slowly accumulating little bits of paint over the years, and maybe it's time to get a new sweater one of these days. Okay. I'm just going to quickly blow dry this because the paint is a little bit thicker. I as opposed to, so usually when I do the Imprimatura, I add, I use my warm yellow and I add about 40% water in there. And so that's a true Imprimatura. That's a stain. And that stain soaks into the canvas and covers every little nook and cranny of the painting. What I've just done is, I mean, technically it's not really the Imprimatura because I didn't stain the canvas, I painted the canvas. And that means the paint is sitting on the surface here. And so it's kind of wet, and any little bits of dust that are in the studio, or just often, you know, when I'm just talking, I'm rubbing my hands, and all of this little bit of paint is going to can flake off on there and cause all sorts of unwanted textures. You know, bugs can land on here and get stuck in the surface. So one of the great advantages of acrylics is I can blow dry this, it'll be dry, and then I don't have to worry about that eyelash that, where did that just come from? Me picking at my eye, probably. So that's that. Okay. If that happens to you, I think the best case is to blow dry this and see if I can pick that out afterwards. If I try to pick that out now, I think it's going to cause all sorts of problems. So let's blow dry it and see if I can get this little eyelash out. That's also another thing too, is when you're painting as opposed to staining, that the paint takes longer to dry because there's less water in it. It's a thicker mixture. So okay, so let's actually, I just want to, since we've got this, let's see if we can have a teachable moment here, or just a disaster captured on camera. Okay, so as I said, here's a little eyelash, or it could be possibly a from the brush that fell off. Let me see. Paint is still a little bit tacky. What did I do with my palette knife? Or one of my 50 palette knives? There's just a cap from a pen. So where did that, okay. So I blow dried it, and you can see I just picked that out gently, and I mean there's a little bit of white that's kind of I've exposed, but for all intents and purposes it's pretty much invisible as to what I just did. That is much preferred to, had I just gotten in there and started picking at it with my finger, I would have smudged that paint, and then my instinct might have been to get my brush and try to brush this in, but because the paint was almost dry by that point, it would have sort of like smudged the paint rather than just sort of nicely covered that surface. So there's my eyelash. I have to wish for something, eh? Well, my daughter and I are gonna go swimming this afternoon, so let's wish for good weather. Maybe we'll go to the beach instead of the pool. Stuck to my finger. Does that still count? Is that wish gonna come true? Okay. There's Waleed says, can you also make a series on how to draw anime characters? That's a great idea. I mean, I've been thinking about doing something along the lines of that, but that is a great reminder, great suggestion. I appreciate that. Probably won't be until maybe the fall, just because of my schedule at the moment, and putting something together like that takes a little bit of time and thought, and yeah. Again, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and if that does happen, you will be the first to know. Okay. If you're watching this video after it was recorded, the great thing is you can just skip ahead when you're like, oh my goodness, this guy's blabbing on, and you can go to there is eventually chapters that I post below, so you can just skip from those chapters to the next. So, let's take a moment here to talk a little bit about Kees van Dongen's biography and what makes today's painting so important and special, to me at least, right? Or maybe a few other people out there too. Now, I did talk about, we did an episode on Kees van Dongen about 6 months ago. I think it was the very first painting we did of this year. And so I think I went into a lot of depth, probably speaking for several hours, as I often do. So I don't know how much more you can take about his bio, but maybe one of the reasons I selected today's painting is it is from the near the very end of his career. So I thought maybe it's an opportunity to talk a little bit about the latter half of his life, because I think I might have covered the early stages of his life in depth in the previous episode. None of that's on screen. Okay, good to know. You know what? Maybe just let me do that again, because I don't think that was on screen. Let's do take two. So, next up, let's talk a little bit about Kees van Dongen's biography and why today's painting is so important. Now, I did a full episode talking about his biography back on, I think, the first episode of 2025. So I hope you didn't hear that one, especially now with headphones. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about his biography, even though I probably will for another hour, because I can't be brief. But I think I want to spend a little more time talking about the latter half of his career, because that's when this painting was created. So just as a quick summary, Kees van Dongen is born in 1877 in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and passes away at age 91 in Monte Carlo, Monaco, at the age of 91 years old. And again, that is just 4 years after he created today's painting. So all the way through his life, up until the very last moment, brush in hand, cranking out the paintings. And that goes to show like how long and successful his career was, although there were many ups and downs. As I said, I think we can skip through a lot of his early life. His father was in the beverage industry, had a malting factory right in the harbor in Rotterdam. The family had a house that overlooked the harbor, and so he saw sailors coming and going every day. Rotterdam being one of, even still to this day, one of the probably 20 largest port cities in the world, and a major center of global traffic. So as a little kid, it was really exciting. You would see all sorts of things being loaded and unloaded from those boats, and just the idea that people were going to get on a boat and they were going to sail all the way to the other side of the world, I think made him yearn for travel and adventure as a kid. Also, that area, as often a lot of kind of ports are, was a little bit of the wilder, seedier side of town. Essentially, he grew up right next door to the red light district in Rotterdam, and that meant that he saw a lot of things as a little kid, to say the least, in as kid-friendly way as possible. And so I think that also fed into the kinds of paintings that he would become famous for, which was a little bit more provocative artwork, a real focus on the feminine figure, and often painting lots of nude females. So let's as I said, the kind of the part of Van Dongen's biography that he's most known for is the period from, let's say, 1905 to like 1920, which is during the period of time where he becomes involved with a number of other young artists who go on to form the Fauvist movement. Fauvism was a movement most closely I associated with Henri Matisse, the great rival to Pablo Picasso. And the Fauvists really focused on bright color, like colors right out of the tube, and very expressive brushstrokes. Now you might say, what's different about Fauvism than Van Gogh or Paul Gauguin? And the answer is that basically Fauvists took what Paul Gauguin and Vincent van Gogh did in the 1880s, 1890s, and just dialed it up to 11, like in Spinal Tap, right? They were just like, oh, bright color and expressive brushstrokes, let's take that and just dial it to the extreme. Let's take it to the ends of the earth, see where we can take it. And that becomes, they start using more and more, the color starts to become less and less, it becomes more subjective. So, for instance, like the way that Van Gogh would paint color is that Van Gogh would, let's say he's painting sunflowers, he's using, yes, lots of yellow, but he's still trying to really paint what he sees. He's still observing color as closely as possible, trying to replicate what he sees, but he's just sort of dialing it up a little bit, right? He's like, those flowers are yellow, and there's in some darker areas, but you know what? I'm going to focus on the brighter aspects. So that's what like Van Gogh and Gauguin and the so-called post-impressionist painters did. Still a focus on realism to some extent, even though it was quite shocking to the people at the time and the old academic tradition that had been running for 500 years prior. The Fauvists start to go like, well, what if, we got this, let's say you're painting a landscape, which is what the Fauvists were most known for. Let's say we're painting a landscape and it's a beautiful blue sky, and there's, beautiful beach, and the people wearing colorful clothes. Van Gogh would have been like, I'm going to try to replicate that beautiful blue sky. The Fauvists come and go like, well, that's a beautiful blue sky, but does it have to be blue? Does it have to be a bright blue? Could we paint it a bright red or a bright purple or yellow or green? and just make it like just this riot of color, which is how the name Fauvist or Fauve came about, because it was Fauve literally translates into French as beasts, wild animals, wild beasts. And when people first saw these paintings, they're just like, this is like, a rhinoceros ran into a paint factory, just splattered color all over the place. It has no relationship whatsoever to the world around us. It's just like wild animals let loose, just out of control, right? So that's kind of one of the, you want to kind of keep that in the back of your mind throughout the course of the life of Van Dongen and Matisse and other artists associated with the Fauvist movement. This super bright color. It's also kind of I'd say a relatively positive, carefree, joyous movement. I probably should have some of those images up on the screen while we're talking about all of this. It's not really associated with any kind of political movement. I mean, it's avant-garde in the sense that the color and the way that paintings are painted is strikingly different, original, shocking to many people. But it's not, as many other movements were sometimes associated with, communism or fascism or I don't know what other kinds of isms I can think of that were kind of happening in and around many of those avant-garde movements. Fauvism was kind of a little bit apart, and you see that a lot in the writings of and the interviews Van Dongen gives, as well as Matisse, is sort of like, especially Van Dongen, is like, I have zero interest in what's going on in the newspaper or what politicians are talking about. I could care less. The only thing I'm interested in is painting. And that it originally becomes sort of one of the reasons why Van Dongen is so radical and revolutionary, is this just pure focus on color and painting. And however, later on, that very same attitude becomes one of the key criticisms of Van Dongen and his career as a whole, that he was just totally aloof to all of the major events like World War I, World War II, social unrest, and going on throughout the world during his lifetime. Many people saw him as just like, totally aloof, not wanting to participate, take sides on anything, and instead just sort of curry favor with the wealthy and later in life. But let's just quickly take a look at some Fauvist paintings. So here's Matisse, Dongen. I don't know, Rousseau's, I wouldn't say as a Fauvist painter, but was kind of great inspiration to the Fauvist painters. Robert Delaunay and his wife Sonia Delaunay, who was Ukrainian, who we've looked at a few times. One thing, though, with the majority of the Fauvist painters focused on landscapes. So that was the primary focus of the majority of Fauvist artwork, is paintings of the ocean, paintings of the countryside. You see a bunch of some like industrial cityscapes, but again, often they are these pastoral settings, and we saw some of those earlier. In fact, maybe let's just go back. You have these kind of images like these by Matisse. This particular kind of, not trope, but subject matter theme of often nude women just lounging nude in along the shoreline or in a park, right? That was a type of composition that had been around for, I don't know, thousands of years. I mean, we even see this in ancient Greek and Roman temples. Like, I was just watching a video a few days ago about Pompeii, and they're, you know, continuing to find and uncover new rooms and these like tiled images on walls and in homes that look not too dissimilar to what we're looking at on screen right now. So there was that kind of focus on some figures, these nude women, almost always lounging around and you know, very you know, well, pretty much like this male fantasy of a world devoid of work, of a world of pure leisure, of just women displaying themselves, totally open to being seduced by men, right? So this definitely like a immature boyhood kind of fantasy that kind of dominated art, you know, as a key kind of composition for centuries, thousands of years, really. But having said that, Van Dongen kind of goes in his own direction a little bit. Van Dongen becomes famous and maybe a little bit distinct from his peers in the Fauvist movement for focusing primarily on portraiture. So, well, you know, we saw a few paintings by Matisse of his famous painting, The Green Stripe of His Wife. Van Dongen, in fact, I start to worry a little bit about how many of these paintings we're about to see here are safe for consumption at work here, because one of the things Van Dongen does is many of his paintings are of ballet dancers or dancers in like the can-can dancer, or is it can-can? Well, the dancers who were performing at the Moulin Rouge in Montparnasse, where he lived. His studio was right next door to Picasso's, and often a lot of working women who were similar to the women that he saw in the red light district in Rotterdam growing up. And so those paintings, which I think I probably won't show here, are very provocative and caused lots of controversy when they were first created, because people are like, oh my goodness, not only is he using color in such an extreme way, but whoa, like the nude women that he's painting are like, whoa, I don't know. If I want to have this in my home, where my, above the dining room table where the family is eating, like, I might have this in my smoking room here, where me and the fellas go after the wives while they clean up the dinner. We're gonna go retire into the room there, and we'll look at our Van Dongen nudes, right? So that's kind of where his work kind of fit in, and so it was very provocative for the period of time, and as I said, it's kind of separated him from Matisse and from his the other contemporaries. So that this bohemian eroticism of his early work is really what propelled him into the international spotlight. He became one of the most famous artists of his time, and was highly sought after by increasingly wealthier and wealthier clientele. And as he got more and more famous, he would get larger and larger studios where he would host these huge, like, all night long dance parties. He would bring in musicians, and some of the women that were dancing at the Moulin Rouge, he'd bring them all in, and he'd have his friends and artists and rich politicians and business leaders and owners, and it would just be these debauched kind of nights in Paris on the edges of the red light district, and that became a big part of his personality. And as I was sort of thinking today, I was thinking a lot about Van Dongen and his relationship to Andy Warhol and Warhol's factory. I think that was very similar to Van Dongen. Like, I would say he's kind of like the proto-Warhol. He was, interested in celebrity long before Warhol ever was. In fact, kind of made the idea of celebrity and including celebrities in paintings as acceptable for somebody like Warhol to do 50 years later. And so he becomes known as not just this great painter, but as this sort of impersonario, as this kind of basically hosting these cabarets in his studio that are like the size of like big ballrooms, and he's got his paintings on the walls, and he's got all sorts of chaotic stuff going on. And so if you were living in Paris in like 1906, and then after World War One and throughout the 20s, and you were somebody who liked to party and you had a little bit of money, particularly, you would have gone, and you were a man probably, you probably would have drifted through his studio a few times. Whether you remembered anything that happened is another story. Okay. So I think I talked about in the last episode, though, that part of his career is tainted by what is seen as collaborationist activity during the Nazi occupation of France during World War II. Essentially, as we know, Hitler and the Nazis invaded France and occupied France for several years during the midway through World War II. And so there were German soldiers marching up and down the streets in Paris, and people were being sent to concentration camps. The whole city's on lockdown, and many of the great artists of the time tried to flee the country, but many of them were stuck in town. Van Dongen was one of those figures who kind of stuck around, but one thing that caused a lot of controversy, and I want to read more about this. I haven't been able to find a lot of information, but he participates in a series of exhibitions organized by the Nazi, or I don't know if it was by the Germans themselves or by the French collaborationist government at the time. But these exhibitions of contemporary art sponsored by the Nazis or by the National Socialist government or whatever it was, that were kind of traveling around France and other parts of occupied Nazi regimes throughout Europe, which is kind of, it's hard for me to wrap my head around that, because one of the things that the Nazis are very famous for is labeling a lot of modern art, including work by Picasso and Matisse, as so-called degenerate art. In fact, Hitler had these big exhibitions where a lot of that art was gathered together, put on display, and then ridiculed as art made by the insane, by degenerate artists, because Hitler was a big fan of the more classical academic art of the time. So, it's hard for me to quite understand how Van Dongen would, how the Nazis would want to promote his work in any way whatsoever. But anyway, that did happen, and basically, as after World War II ended, Van Dongen for many years was basically blacklisted and not welcome, because he was seen as a collaborator with the Nazis. And that was kind of a stain that really stuck with him for the remainder of his life, especially among the younger, hip, up-and-coming younger artists who were like, this guy, this old dinosaur, not only is making art that's no longer relevant to what's going on in the world today, but he sold himself out to, like, basically the devil. Like, pfft. So good riddance to that old fart. I want to have absolutely nothing to do with him anymore. However, there was quite a lot of the wealthy elite who didn't seem to care. And perhaps it was because maybe many of those people in the wealthy elite of France, as well as elsewhere around Europe, kind of understood, because they might have been, forced into similar sorts of arrangements, having to sort of make do during the war. I'm not trying to excuse, the atrocities committed by the Nazis, but I do think it's always hard, I think, to kind of judge people of the past when we don't really know the full story. And, when there's wars going on, it forces people's hands. And so I don't know. I don't know the full facts. I'm just trying to share with you everything I know, and you can make your own decisions about how you feel about all that. But actually, 8 years. Well, I'm not exactly sure. He is awarded the French Legion of Honor. What year was he given that award? So he's given, he becomes part of the Legion of Honor in 1926. But in 1954, I thought it was 53, I'm glad I checked. He is awarded the Officer of the Legion of Honor, which is a pretty high award to be awarded, especially for somebody who is kind of seen as a bit of an outcast after the war. So, less than a decade after World War II ends, the French government awards him one of the highest civilian honors around. So somehow he was able to rehabilitate his relationship with at least the high society of France. And again, at that stage, though, he's pretty much now just focused on painting the wealthiest of the wealthy, the most famous of the famous, and is no longer concerned whatsoever about what 20-year-old art students think of him. The 20-year-old art students think he's aged out of relevance, but he's having art exhibitions and selling. He can't paint fast enough, and so that brings us to today's painting. So maybe let's jump right there. So today's painting, Brigitte Bardot from 1964 by Kees van Dongen, is, I think, important for a number of reasons. One is that this painting is one of the final paintings that Van Dongen does during his long career. So he's 87 years old when he creates this artwork. And he dies at age 91 in 1968. So he makes this in 1964, and for an 87-year-old man, you can see that he's still has his wits and abilities about him. I think this is such a beautiful painting, and so this was originally made for this exhibition at the Musée Galerie, which is in Paris, for this exhibition 1964. He had, however, I think, done a version of this painting before. So I want to show you these images of Van Dongen in his studio with Brigitte Bardot. And you can see the size of this canvas he's working on. Now, I wasn't able to find this exact canvas that he's painting, but it does seem very, very similar to today's painting. There is some slight differences. You'll notice some of these, the shading in and around her hair here. But so I think the way that Van Dongen, he made the initial painting and then decided to make some prints based upon it, lithographs based upon it, that I'm sure sold really well, because Brigitte Bardot at this time was one of the most famous actors on earth at the time, certainly within France as well as Europe. So maybe it's just worth just a quick little check-in on who Brigitte Bardot was, or is. Brigitte Bardot still alive at this moment. She's 90 years old. BB, as she was often referred to, was originally a model who appeared on a number of magazine covers and very quickly transitioned into becoming an actress as well as pop singer, and was known during the 60s as a kind of feminist icon. Although, depending on who you talk about or talk to, might have differing versions of that. One was because of her, she was very, very attractive young lady, and often, because being a model, she wore little bathing suits and was photographed in very skimpy little outfits. But she, these kinds of, she really embraced her sexuality, and for many was very, very provocative with her body, and also just the way she conducted herself. She was extremely confident and kind of carefree. She seemed to kind of come into the world and come into her own at just the right time, kind of like bottled lightning, at the right place at the right time. And during the beginning of the 60s, when things are starting to kind of open up, and there's lots of female empowerment and racial desegregation, the kind of the things, the social constraints are loosening, and all of a sudden comes this absolutely gorgeous bombshell of a woman who was known as, quote, a sex kitten, who talked very openly about her private life and the lovers that she had. She was married 4 times and had lots of affairs with all sorts of famous, powerful men. And, she basically went from being totally living in obscurity in 1962, I think is when she just starts her modeling career, to by 1968 is the most famous woman in France, and is starring in huge blockbuster movies. Starts acting in some Hollywood movies, although she primarily was, an actor in what we would call foreign films out here in North America. And yeah, there's a quote that I think it was so French President Charles de Gaulle called Brigitte Bardot a French export as important as Renault cars. That, like, her image alone was was like a brand, a commodity that was, you know, one of the things most closely identified with France, right? And that, I mean, just think about how powerful that is, right? That she's, you know, maybe even partly responsible for the idea of French people being, you know, a little bit more socially, what would you say, just looser in terms of their attitudes towards all sorts of different kinds of things, whereas, you know, North Americans, you know, seen as maybe a little bit more conservative. You know, I think her work, her career, her life, I think is in many ways largely responsible for kind of the way that we might even see the French people to this day, which is pretty remarkable. Okay. I'll also say, you know, towards to her credit, you know, she basically retired from acting and from modeling and from singing, I think in 1963 or 1973, yeah. So at the kind of the height of her fame, she retires. She's like, I'm done, and she's like, I'm gonna leave, you know, when I'm at the top of Mount Everest. And she basically focuses the rest of her career on animal rights activity, and which back in the early 70s was quite controversial. She became a vegetarian, and she founded a number of organizations that were intended to help stop various different kinds of like animal testing, farming of certain kinds of animals for food and industrial uses. Like one of her main priorities was banning the sale of horse meat, which I'm all in favor. That just sounds so gross to begin with. I can't believe anybody eats horse. I'm a vegetarian myself, so I can't believe, you know, people eat meat to begin with, but horse meat in particular just seems like the most disgusting thing imaginable. I will say something I discovered as I was doing a little bit of research on her is her politics, however, as much as you might think of her as like this super liberal, you know, veggie, woke woman, her politics are a little bit distasteful. I didn't realize any of this until I was just this morning reading a little bit about her, but she is, you know, what is her husband, current husband is actually, oh, there we are. Bardot's husband, Bernard Dormal, is a former advisor to Jean-Marie Le Pen, who is kind of a far-right, or was a far-right leader, and his daughter, Marie Le Pen, is, you know, if you've been reading the news at all lately in France, is essentially like the Donald Trump of France, and one of the most visible far right politicians on earth, really. And she's been quite supportive of them, and her comments on Muslims and immigrants are yeah, not something I agree with. I think are kind of pretty much very distasteful. But, you know, I don't know. This is a woman who's in her 90s now. So take it for what you will. But anyway, when Van Dongen made this painting of Brigitte Bardot back in the 60s, this was while she was still known as one of the great actresses and feminist icons of her time. So notwithstanding her current political activity, she was quite a notable figure for her time. Okay, so yeah, as always, spoke way longer than I intended to. Now, the next step is often to do what's called an underpainting, and that might mean painting some elements of the painting that we might be afraid could get lost under subsequent layers of paint, or at least that's the way that I define it for this episode. We can open a can of worms because pretty much every artist has different definitions for what they consider an underpainting. But maybe let's just take a look at the original, see if we do in fact need to do any underpainting. Well, probably one of probably one of the next steps I would do would be to paint her skin tones here. And essentially mixing a skin tone is making an orange, adding a little bit of blue, and then a lot of white, and then we would paint over this. The one problem is the more white we put into the paint, the more likely we are to cover up any of those facial features. So, that can be a problem, and if we add a lot of white in here, we run the risk of not being able to see those lines. Okay. You know what? Maybe we should. Maybe we should, since this is a beginner episode. Maybe I should do that just so that someone who's just starting out, I don't lose you right at the beginning here. So let's squeeze some paint out onto the palette. I don't know why I put so much of that paint on there. I don't know if, well, yeah, might need. Well, I was going to say maybe I was going to put some black on here, but I don't know if there's any black in this painting. Or I was going to put the cool yellow down and then mix a black with it, but I don't think there's any black in the original painting, so we may not need to use it at all. So I might use some of that cool yellow, but if I can, well, actually I do see a little bit, so let's put a bit here. Okay. So to do a bit of underpainting, I'm trying to think what color I want to use here. I mean, we're going to cover it up, so it doesn't really matter. So let's just, I'm overthinking it. Let's just use the warm blue right out of the tube. So, basically, I'm just going to paint over a few lines here. Lines which I'll probably repaint again later. But the purpose again here is just to help me find these details if, let's say, I get too much white in my skin color that I'm about to use. Now those eyes aren't kind of perfect. There's probably going to be, I'll probably have to move those irises around a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit of this red. Okay, so I didn't even paint the full lips in. Again, they're just placeholders for me. Okay, I'm just going to quickly blow dry this so that I can paint a color right over top of it. Okay, I think that's good enough. Let's, actually maybe what I'll do here is I'll combine, no, you know what, I was thinking about painting the skin tone right now, but you know what, I'll save that for a different layer. We'll save that for the foreground. Okay, we're well on our way on this painting. So the next stage is to work a little bit on the background. I like starting in the background, getting a bit of that done, going to my foreground, doing a bit of there, and then going back to the background, ideally finishing that so that I can then finish the painting in the foreground. That way, the stuff in the background, the brush strokes in the background are literally covered by the foreground brush strokes, and that's going to help create space because literally one element is in front of the other. It helps create the sense of depth. So let's look at the original here. Sing says, I'm stopping tidying for a break and eating curry and watching for 20 minutes. Ooh, curry sounds delicious. Oh man, that sounds like a lunch I need to have. Heidi says, these big eyes remind me of Margaret Keane's The Blonde Contessa. That's right. I didn't even think about that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Wow. I like that. That's a great association. Yeah. And we did that Margaret Keane probably last summer, I'm sure. Margaret Keane, known for the big eyes, the movie Big Eyes. If you haven't seen that, great movie. Okay. So I think I'm pretty happy with the yellow that I've got here. Let's just put these side by side. My yellow might be a little bit less bright than the original because there's white in here. So you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to amp that up. I'm just going to even put the paint right on here. Let's go a little bit wild. So I'm just doing this because this color has, my cool yellow plus white. So I'm just going to go in and make it even more yellow, more intense. I'm going to brush this cool yellow right in and just set it right over the top. And so a question you might just immediately ask yourself is, well, why didn't we just do this right at the beginning? What was the purpose of putting the white in if we were just going to cover it up with solid yellow? Why not just go right to the yellow? And, you know, that you could probably just do that. Yeah, absolutely. But part of the Imprimatura process for me is also just is a way of covering up the canvas or the weave of the canvas, the more paint I have here, assuming I kind of apply it in a carefully so that I don't get too much texture, is actually going to help just make it easier for me to paint, because I don't have quite so much texture to overcome. Also, I thought originally maybe it should be a bit more on the whiter side, but when I put those two side by side, I felt like maybe this looked a little bit dark. So I'm just sending this into the stratosphere with an even brighter yellow. So you don't have to do that, but why not? Let's just go over the top. Again, I'm just cleaning my brushes as I go here. I like having my brushes clean and ready to go the second I need them. I was teaching a painting class just yesterday, and I was just saying it's kind of like being a surgeon, and when you want to use this, when you say scalpel, I want that scalpel in my hand when I ask for it. Not like, oh, okay, hold on, sir, I gotta clean the scalpel. And you're like, ah, patient is dying on the table here. Let's pick it up, let's go. So it's like, I want my paintbrushes to be clean, and also they could sit here just slowly dry on the table, which is usually desirable to have a slightly drier brush for me personally. Let's move that teacup out of the way so I don't get confused, and I can transition to tea number 2. Okay, I think I'm just going to quickly blow dry that so that I can paint my next color in its place. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint a bunch of these white shapes that are there, these sort of weird blobs. I'm not sure even what those are or what he was thinking, what's going on there, but let's paint these. I'm just looking for I've really got to organize my studio. I've got hundreds of brushes, and yet I've just only got about 10 of them here at my painting table right here. Okay. As you can see, it's still a little bit tacky there. So I could have just painted my yellow around all of these shapes rather than painting white over top of them. But that just takes time, right? And do I want to spend my time just noodling around all these little shapes, or depending on how opaque I want this white to be, I might have to do a second layer. Today is garbage day, and man, this morning they were loud. Holy smokes. Like, I don't know what my neighbors have been throwing out, but it sounded like it was like a, demolition or something going on. I'm like laying in bed. My goodness. Hopefully all that racket's done for the day. Now, to go a little bit faster, I've been using a bit thicker application of paint, and so I got a little bit of texture forming there. Doesn't bother me too much, but if you wanted to kind of go a little bit slower, we could just be a little bit more patient and build these little white blobs up and then do a second coat. I guess I was just thinking one reason why probably I can hear the. Our house is like is a corner house, so the trucks drive behind the house in the alley to pick up the trash, and I can hear them driving up the street to pick up the trash from the neighbors who aren't on the alley. So lots of activity. One of the reasons also why I wanted to paint this yellow over top of the yellow white is that it's going to make these bits of white show up a little bit more, a little bit higher contrast if instead of painting on a yellow, whitish yellow, I'm painting on just yellow, right? Okay. Let's see, I'm looking at these. I'm looking at these areas where there's some reds, greens, and I'm just contemplating, should I just paint that whole area red so that the red, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to paint this, sorry, white. It'll make the red easier to stand out over top of the white. This little brush isn't so good for that. And maybe while I'm right here, I just noticed I forgot to paint or draw this line here. I'm going to paint that the same white here as well. That's going to help these reds show up over top of that yellow. Because the red tends to be a bit of a transparent color, and if I try to paint red over top of that yellow, it's going to go very orangey. You know, that might be a good idea to do here too. On her clothes. Okay, so let's just do this. Because same thing, if I try to paint my warm blue over top of that yellow, it's just gonna go, it'll go really dark, it'll look like a really dark green. I kind of want that to be this really bright, intense ultramarine. Now I could just keep going over and over and completely obliterate the yellow that I have there underneath, because I see a little, you know, bits of it coming through and various levels of transparency. But even after what I just said about kind of wanting to have that bright blue, sometimes it's kind of nice. I always think it's nice to have a little bit of that life that's underneath there just kind of bubbling through to this top surface. So if there is a bit of that yellow that mixes in with the blue and makes it look a little bit green in places, that should be too much of a problem. Senga says she looks great in white. Yeah, it's like a white t-shirt all of a sudden instead of like a blue dress. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, certainly feel free to customize your version of this painting as much as you like. Like, you might even replace her face with maybe your sister or your mother or, you know, somebody, a friend, and gift it to them. Like, you could change their hair color or skin color. Slashy24 says, "Hi, Mr." Hi, Slashy. How you doing today? And seeing as it looks like she's had an injection of blood being dripping from her arm or something. That's funny. Okay. So I'm just thinking some of these spots maybe aren't as white as they could be. Is that a problem? Not a problem, but you know, it's not like I'm doing okay with time. I gotta be done here in 3 hours at most, so I think I'm just gonna add a little bit more paint on there. Again, there would be nothing wrong with having painted all around here with that yellow, but just to me that just seems like a lot of busy work, and you'd also be hard not to see the texture that would be built up as you try to outline all of those little white blobs. As I said, I don't think I need to do that here. I'm just touching up a few places where I think I do want it to be pretty blue. Well, that's good. Okay, we'll definitely move on from that stage now. Let's blow dry that. Okay. Now, how do I want to go about some of this red here? So I'm just having a little bit of internal debate. Do I want to paint this red now? Or do I want to do that later? And this green... and do I want to use... let's, you know what? Let's do this. I'm going to take my cool red, even though I'm sure he used warm red. I'm going to put cool red in here, just so that we can even see the difference between the warm and cool colors. And as I do this, I'm just sort of fading that color out, brushing it over top of where the white ends into the yellow, because that looks kind of like what's happened in his painting. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that. I'm just going to do that again. Just do a little bit, because it's a little bit streaky. I could have probably have put a bit of white into this paint to make it a little bit less streaky, but magenta tends to be really transparent, so. Magenta tends to be really transparent, although if I'm kind of thick with the way I apply it, we can end up having some really dark brush strokes. Not that that's a bad thing, but if you're like, oh wow, I've got this like, you know, big line of like red, how did that happen? It's probably because when you applied that red, you had a lot of texture on there, and it'll look really, really dark in that thicker area. It might, as it dries, get a little bit lighter, or it might not be quite so dark of a line, but okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. Okay, now I'm going to add some white blobs back over top of this, and this might just seem like a lot of busy work, like why didn't I just paint all around these shapes? And my answer is like, well, that would have just taken longer. I think, for me personally, I think this is just going to save me some time. I'm kind of looking at the original, but you can see I'm not being too worried about being very careful here with that. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that again real quick. I'm just going to do a quick second coat. So it looks as though she's pregnant, LOL. I like that. Is it a chair that she's on, or is it a red cape? It does look like maybe she's pregnant here because this red shape here makes it look like that's her belly and that's her back there, but you're right, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I decided what I'm going to do is paint these reds here different than the reds that are on the sides. So I'm going to use a warm red here just to help maybe create a little bit more space, a little bit more depth in this painting. So I think I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to use my warm red. So previously I was using my cool red for these areas here. Right now I'm going to use my warm red, which, you know, they look maybe similar, but they are different, and you know, part of the this process is, you know, making maybe very subtle differences so that we can try to create a little bit more depth in this painting. So probably on camera, those look almost identical. Although actually, no, on camera that does look a little bit more orangey, which is how it should appear. Because warm red is kind of has an orangey quality to it, right? It's leans towards orange. Versus Cool Red is leaning towards green and blue. I like that. I mean, the differences between those two reds right now is very, very subtle. I'm absolutely 100% convinced that in the original they're the exact same color. They're both warm red. But you know, considering these are also these are painting lessons, any area where I can kind of squeeze in a little bit of a lesson on color theory makes me kind of happy. So, but absolutely feel free to just simplify your life and just use one red instead of both. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that and maybe just do another coat of that red, just so it's a little bit streaky here, because that red tends to be more transparent anyway. So that's great. Even just this second coat, wow, that just makes this red like vibrate. I mean, that's great. I mean, I'm almost tempted to do a third coat of this warm red just to get a red that is just blisteringly saturated. Yeah, I mean, while we're here, it only takes an extra, 2 minutes. Although I do run the risk of too many reds, it actually could get a little bit darker. I think that's a good place to stop there. Because we want a little bit of that white that was underneath there to still be there, allowing the light to kind of penetrate to the white, to bounce back and kind of give a bit of a luminous quality. And put too many layers of red, it'll eventually just start getting darker and darker and less saturated. So I think that's probably a good place to stop. Keep says, you are so underrated and deserve so much more recognition and love. Oh, that's such a sweet thing to say. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point in my life, I'm not really chasing after the views and all that stuff. I'm just happy to do what I'm doing, and if somebody wants to tune in, like yourself, my friend Keep, that makes me happy. And I'm certainly not doing myself any favors by making 3, 5, 10-hour long videos. I mean, there's only a small number of people who have the tolerance to watch even 5 minutes of a 8-hour long video, which today's one can't be because I gotta get my daughter at school, but there are plenty of long episodes like that. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind comment. Okay, I think, are we ready to move forward? I mean, there's still little dots inside of the white, but maybe I'll do that on the next step. So oh wow, Keep says your introduction to drawing saved my life. No pun intended. Wow, that's a very stunning comment. I don't know what to say to that. I appreciate that. That is very beautiful. Thank you. I don't know how that happened, but that's a very lovely thing to say. As you can, it's hard to. I get a little bit speechless when I see something sweet like that, so I appreciate that. Wow. Okay, so let's move on to the foreground of today's painting. We've got, I think, our background really well established. I'm really liking what's going on here, but we haven't touched really the face, the hair, the arms, her dress, really. I mean, we've put a little bit of some colors here. We did a bit of underpainting. But now it's time to really tackle those areas. And I think once that starts happening, this painting the momentum will feel like it's starting to pick up here. Okay, so let's look at the painting. Where should we start? I mean, I usually will go right to the skin at this stage because her skin is covered up by hair. And I don't know, some sort of like scarf in her hair, I guess it's hard to tell exactly what's going on there. And her dress is also covering her arms. It's not super important because of the style of this painting, but I think that would be a good place. And I think it'll start to feel satisfying because we're going to cover up a little bit more of the yellow in her body. So let's just look at mixing skin tones. So, to mix a skin color is basically you mix a brown and then you add either more white to lighten it or more blue to darken it, right? Everyone has brown skin. It's just different kinds of shades of brown. So, let's take our yellow and we're gonna mix this into an orange with some red. I'm going to start out on the lighter side of things, so kind of a more lighter orange. You saw there was quite a lot of yellow, less red, and now I'm going to take a blue, just a little bit of blue, even less red. And I really want to completely incorporate those colors so that I don't have a big blob of yellow on my brush somewhere. It's all mixed in. Now, I don't need to make too big of a swatch of color because you know, in the original, like, look how light her skin color is. I mean, we could literally just paint it white, to be quite honest. I kind of want just a little bit of color on her skin there, so I'm basically going to take this color, and I may even just, I'm going to take most of it off my brush, and let's just now mix it into this white. Ah, sorry. Wasn't on camera there. So I just took my brush that had, you know, I wiped about as much of it off on the side there as possible. So there's just barely kind of modifying the white. A very light color. Now you see it's extremely white, and you know it's or a super pale color, probably paler than most people's skin was. Now I've been going to the beach a few times with my daughter, so I do have a bit of a tan, but so that's pretty good. One thing to keep in mind is that this painting that we're about to paint that color over top of yellow, and it's likely that a lot of that yellow that's here is going to come through and mix into this paint. So keeping that in mind, I'm going to add a little bit more red into this color. So to kind of balance out the yellow Imprimatura that we have there. So this might now appear to be a little bit more on the peachy pink side. Well, not, I mean, this would be, I guess you could call this a little bit pink. And I think I'm even going to add a bit more white. And so obviously, you know, even this color I'm using here is different than the original. His is, as I said, probably almost, maybe even just pure white. But again, since these are lessons, I'm thinking, is there any way I can kind of squeeze in a little bit of a skin color mixing demo here? You know, if we wanted to go for something a little bit more natural, we would just use more of this color and mix it into here, so it wouldn't be nearly as white as that. Keep says, or Senga says, drawing and painting helps me deal with grief. After watching Michael's class, he's a saint. Oh my goodness, Senga, that's so sweet. Keep says, same, Senga. Thanks to Michael, art has become a routine activity to me. It feels so natural to do now. Although I used to be very hesitant to draw and was very unpleased with my results. But Michael not only gave me the knowledge and helped me to obtain the skill, but also provided motivation to accept your art as it is, like many popular artists in history. But thank you. That is very sweet. I don't know how much of it is called for, but I really I'm blessed to be able to help in any way. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Keep. Trap says it is 12:45 a.m. Hello. Wow. What are we doing awake at 12:45 in the morning? Watching some silly guy make paintings here. I mean, I'm grateful to have you here, but your sleep is also very important. As many people tell me, they find falling asleep to these classes very effective, which I will take. I'll take any I'll take a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment, I suppose. One thing too, as we're painting this, you know, I'm not really worried about being a little bit sloppy, because I've got I'm going to be outlining pretty much everything. So that means, you know, the areas where two colors bump up against one another, or the gap between them, is not super important, because all of that's going to be hidden under other layers of paint. Right, like now I'm just painting over top of all of these lines, which is why I painted them to begin with, so that I don't have to worry about not being able to see them. I mean, they're kind of there if I really squint, but if, let's say, if I wanted to do another layer of this skin color, well, then they would be gone. And that's not the end of the world. I can retrace any of those lines, but you know, if I don't have to, and sometimes it can be a little bit hard to line things back up again. So I know sometimes what, you know, the manner in which I do this might seem, you know, I'm doing a lot of busy, unnecessary work, but I think in the long run it pays off. Like, there's other ways to go about doing it, but I'm always trying to think of, like, what is the fastest, most efficient way of doing things? Or maybe not even the fastest. What is the most efficient, the most effortless way of doing it? The easiest way of doing it, especially when I'm teaching other people. Because there are other ways that might be faster, but more complicated and more difficult. And, you know, not everyone is at that level to be able to do that. So sometimes there's slower methods that are easier. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. Trap says I was awake to watch because it's kind of interesting. Well, hopefully it's kind of interesting. That's good. Stephanie says, is that thing in her hair some kind of feathery hair clip? Yeah, I don't know. Let's take a look again at the these photos of this painting happening in real time. I mean, I think that, I mean, she originally posed for this painting in 1958, and then this painting is made in lithograph 64. It's possible she came back into the studio at that time and posed again. And so that these are actually two similar but distinct paintings. You know, if we look at her here, though, she doesn't appear to have any, you know, clips in her hair or extensions or some kind of bow or boa. So your guess is as good as mine as to how he got this kind of... I mean, I'm going to paint it like we see it, but, you know, it's possible that this is from a different session, but it's also possible he's just, you know, that's how he saw it and he decided to paint it. And maybe Brigitte Bardot is like, what, I'm not sure I understand what you've done with my hair. And he's like, yeah, that's the way I saw it and that's the way I painted it. She's like, okay. What do I tell people? Just say, that's the way you saw it. So, okay, I think I'm going to do a second layer of this skin tone because it looks a little bit patchy on her face. A little bit more yellow coming through there than I kind of like. So I'm just going to paint a second layer again. So if I had... not painted those lines on the face, I mean, look how they just basically, the paintbrush strokes I painted there are almost disappeared. So you can imagine if those were from my image transfer process, all those lines would be gone. Now, because I've been painting for years, decades now, like, that doesn't really worry me at all. I have like confidence that I'd be able to kind of just eyeball it and find those lines on my own. But since I've you know, these are episodes, you know, classes. I'm trying to teach people how to paint. Not everyone is at that level, and if we were just to, you know, that could cause somebody who's just starting kind of to feel apoplectic about, like, oh my goodness, I've lost the face, what do I do? I'm gonna abandon this. It's a disaster. So that this makes it less likely to be disastrous. Okay, I think that's pretty good. You know, if we put them side by side, it might appear that, you know, her skin is maybe darker than the original. I don't know. It's so hard. I mean, what do you think? Do you think is that just the white of the paper? There's obviously a little bits of red kind of on her cheeks, but saying, is that a chair or a cape? What is the red? Your guess is as good as mine. What is the yellow? What is all those spots back there? I have no idea. I mean, it's often, you know, the way some artists work is he might have, I mean, like, again, if we look at the, if I bring these photos back up, I mean, look at in the situation when he's in the studio painting what may or may not be the painting we're working on right now. You can see she's standing against this wall, and there's his paintings in behind her. You know, it's kind of dark. And so how does that situation end up in the painting we're painting now? I mean, I would imagine probably what he did in that situation is painted her all in while she's there, and then has all this empty space around the sides, probably just sets it aside for a day or two and just thinks to himself, well, what would complement the scene as I've painted it so far? Should I paint it dark? Should I make it black? Or should I make it green? Or should I paint my paintings in the back behind her? Should I put a purple curtain in there? And then so he's probably going through a lot of different kinds of thoughts, and then somehow arrives at the yellow. I mean, maybe behind her, it's hard to see, but maybe one of his paintings is there, and he sees like some details of that painting, you know, maybe, and he's just sort of like, you know what, I'm gonna take those little details of my painting and kind of add that in behind her. Because she doesn't seem, you know, she looks like she's standing right here, right? leaning on a chair. So how did this turn red? Why is it not green or blue? You know, the why artists do what they do is not only often a mystery to everybody else, but often a mystery to the artists themselves, right? Which is one of the things that makes the creative process so intangible and hard to describe. Is that, you know, I was watching an interview with Bob Dylan recently, and he's just like, you know, people are like, how did you, was Morley Safer, this is an older interview, interviewing, like, how did you write this and that? And he's just like, I don't know, I sat down, I just started writing, and it just came to me. I mean, I don't know how it happens. Which is obviously not very satisfying for most people to hear, but that's in many ways, you know, you're playing around and something fun happens. Okay. I'm just thinking now about what to do next. What would be the... I think painting the blush on her face might be the best step now. Oh, there's Pascaline there. Pascaline, je n'ai besoin de personne en Harley Davidson. Brum brum brum. Which is that a Godard quote? She, Brigitte Bardot starred in a number of you know, great French films of, you know, by Godard, and who are some of the other great directors of the time? Anyway, we could look up her her filmography as we go here, but very pale ivory skin, yes. Okay, so let's do the blush on her cheeks. I'm just trying to think if I want to do this with glazing fluid, which is a little bit more advanced, or do I want to try to do this with just the paint. I'm going to use glazing fluid because I think this is something every artist should have, a painter should eventually know how to use and do. So glazing fluid, and I would strongly suggest satin glazing fluid as opposed to gloss glazing fluid. Satin and matte are interchangeable words in art. So they both mean just flat, non-glossy. I love using this stuff. If you can kind of get a little bit of a handle on glazing fluid, it'll transform your life. It makes things, I think, so much easier as a painter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of my warm red here. I'm even going to take just a little bit of my skin tone. Actually, let's, yeah, well, okay. And I'm going to mix it into this glazing fluid. So there's really barely any paint on my brush. I would say I've got maybe 90% glazing fluid to just 5–10% color. Mostly being my warm red, a little bit of my skin tone here. Okay. And then I'm going to get another brush, a soft, dry brush, so that I can buff out the paint so I can get a nice kind of soft color here. So I'm going to paint this gently on her cheeks. It's very, very subtle, probably too subtle. I mean, I don't even think that's going to show up on camera at all. Let's zoom in here. So I could go like, oh, you know what, I'm going to add more. You know what, I'm going to do the other side. The thing with glazing fluid is it's all about patience. And the more patient you are when you're using glazing fluid, the more successful the results are going to be. Glazing is the technique that Leonardo used to paint the Mona Lisa, right? To get that smile that is that enigmatic smile where you can't tell, you can't see any brushstrokes on there. Glazing, right? It's one of the most important painting techniques. Now that is super subtle. If I do just use that same glaze that I have 5 more times, then you're going to start to see those results. I think I'm going to dial it up a little bit the next time. But before I do anything, I'm going to blow dry this, because otherwise what can happen is if I start, especially that first one here, if I start noodling around here, I'm going to peel not only the paint I just painted off, her skin tone, I might go back to the original yellow, maybe even to the white of the canvas. I don't want to do that. That would be terrible. So I'm going to take a little breath here, blow dry it for 5 seconds, and then do it. Great. Okay, so I can see it a little bit. And maybe it's on, you can see it on camera. I'm just going to be really subtle. But let's just do this again. And, I'm going to now take, that's kind of dried up. Well, let's see if I can. Right, like I'm taking almost invisible amount of red. It seems almost invisible, but it will have an effect. Okay, I think you might be able to start seeing that on camera now. And I want to do small areas at a time. Don't get impatient. Try to do a whole bunch of, see how I did the cheeks. Now I'm going to her top eyelids. I'll do that. Buff out those edges. And you'll notice even that stuff I've done with the eyes isn't nearly as, it's a little bit more subtle than her cheeks, because on her cheeks is the previous layer of paint is combining with that, so it's making it a little bit darker there. Okay, there's some stuff I want to do on her nose, but again, I want to wait. I'm going to blow dry. Well, the safest thing is to blow dry this. So let's do that. Okay. Now let's take a paintbrush here. Smaller one. There's a lot more red in here, so I feel like this is going to be much more visible. So I'm using this to paint her nose, her nostrils here. Again, you might be like, that's too subtle. I want it to be bolder. Well, you can. The great thing with this is I can just keep on going slowly and slowly, building it up until I get to the point where I'm happy with it. What I'm doing is so kind of subtle that I can go until I'm happy, and then I can stop. Rather than being like, I went too far, now I gotta erase it, now I'm painting over what I did before, and it just starts to snowball. Okay, so I'm gonna blow dry that again. So I'm just going to go back over some of these details, like her nose again. And you'll notice, like say on her cheeks here, I'm doing increasingly smaller and smaller areas. So that creates this effect where the gradient is very subtle. Now I'm just kind of looking down there. I see kind of like a little bit of this on her hair here, underneath here. Even use your finger to kind of smudge that if you like. Let me see, there was, oops. It's a little in her arm here. The inside of her arm. Let's do a little bit of this glaze here too. And so, you know, as I'm like, maybe do I want to do, you know, any kind of shading on here? Probably not. That might be going a bit too extreme, to putting too much. Too much detail in there. Okay. Yes, like Kathy says, always remember to stop and dry with the hair dryer often, and then do another layer. I mean, and I'm sure you've seen it on these episodes. Every time I get impatient and I don't do it, I regret it. So learn from my mistakes. Patience is the key. Now, how much more do I want to do? You know, it is a little bit hard to tell right now. I mean, I'm sure you could probably see a little bit of it. It's probably very light. When I put the dark blue ultramarine lines around her eyes and her eyebrows, eyelids, it's going to make this red stand out more. Right? There's going to be more contrast there. So I'm a little bit hesitant to go too much farther than this. I think this will be the last little bit of a layer here. And I might keep this kind of subtle. I could go a little bit more bold here, but we'll see. That could be kind of towards the finishing touches. I might say, you know what, I need to amp this up. In fact, let's just do a little bit of that right now. Just going to add a bit more red into my glazing fluid here. Oh, you can see how much darker that is all of a sudden. Ah, there's Ari in the chat there. Okay. How about on her nose? Do I want to do... You know what? I think that's good for right now. I think, well, we can always make it darker later on. It wasn't too. I mean, it's basically just warm red with glazing fluid. I did put a little bit of her skin tone in there, but I think. Ooh, it's starting to heat up in the studio. The summer's coming. It's going to be a hot one. Okay, I got 2 hours to be completely done, and hopefully, I mean, I have to be done, but hopefully it won't be that long. Okay. What should we do? I think I want to start doing the hair. Get this hair started so that that'll feel pretty satisfying. And you know what? We mixed this brown earlier that I used to make the skin tone. So I basically mixed this brown and then added white. I think that brown is pretty close to her hair color. You know, if we look at these side by side, you can see it's pretty close. I mean, there's obviously some darker areas and lighter areas in there. So I'm probably going to need more paint here, however. So I'm just going to kind of quadruple my mixture. I'm going to add a lot more warm yellow, a bit of warm red. Let's just mix this in. So obviously it's becoming way more orange now because the blue that was there has been significantly diluted. Let's take a bit of warm blue and mix that in there. So when we add blue to orange, we get brown. It's always best to kind of just slowly add the blue to your color so you don't overshoot it, because the blue is going to make it a much darker color. I think that's pretty good. The one thing is I think I'm going to do a mixture here that's got a little bit more blue as well as some white in there. Ah, there's Ari. It's warm in England. I bet. Okay, so what do I want to do? Let's take this color. Let's add a bunch of white. Oops. I obviously don't want to add as much white as I did for the skin tone. I'm also going to add just a bit more warm blue in here. I'm also going to take a bit of cool yellow. That's going to help make it a bit more blonde. You have to be careful about putting too much yellow and blue in there, otherwise it's going to start going very green very quickly. So what I'm looking at, I'm trying to find kind of one of the, what we would call the local color. The local color is kind of the main color in that darker brown hair. So I think this is, there might be a few places where we could lighten it up. What's happening is a bunch of that yellow that's under there is kind of coming into this color, which is expected. So we're painting over top of this yellow. That white is kind of blocking a bit of it out, but that? I think that's pretty good. Okay, so let's, I'm going to blow, well, do I want to blow dry it, or should we just march forward here? I'm going to take that color. I'm going to add more cool yellow in here. There was a little bit before. I'm going to add a little bit more here. I'm just going to take this and paint a bit of this into her hair. Okay, I'm going to quickly blow dry that. And you know, I probably could have done this color first. So this could have been my local color. But sometimes, you know, I don't even see these things until I paint them. And then I'm like, ah, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That could have worked too. You know, I often think about a lot of these things, like analogies, like to cooking. You know, it's like you're making a dinner. Yeah, you could make the mashed potatoes first and then do the, you know, work on the pie, or you could do the pie first and then the mashed. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there could be a slight difference. There probably is a slight difference, but in the grand scheme of things, probably not going to be even noticeable to most people. Buggy summers in Ontario, yes. One of the things I've noticed here in Vancouver, the level of mosquitoes seems to have plummeted. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some, you know, government programs to mitigate that, but whatever they're doing is more successful than it seems like it's ever been. Let's make sure that's in focus. Okay. I'm going to use this slightly more orangey color. Why not? Let's see how well that works here. Giving her a bit of a... Gotta be careful, it's starting to get a little bit on the redhead strawberry blonde quality. So maybe I'm gonna, what I need is to have a lot more, oh, that's a bit too much. Warm, let's do warm blue, warm red. We want to get a darker brown here. Let's go to a smaller brush now. I think this is liking the hair. Aw, thank you. Okay. Again, you'll notice I'm not being exactly to the original. I'm just painting what feels right to me. I'm using the original as a guide, as inspiration, but okay. There's Barbara says, I'm drawing this one, Michael. It's good to keep practicing the freehand drawing. I'll try not to get bogged down in the details. Very smart. says, I've been watching out for the master to return. Thought Michael had buzzed off for the summer. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, just... Okay. I'm just going to quickly blow dry that because I want to now paint this lighter blonde hair. Who knows exactly what we're talking about there. So I'm just going to blow dry that so I don't get my hands smudging across that surface there. You know, I look at the original and I'm like, well, maybe there's some areas here where I could have some lighter blonde streaks. But perhaps the color I'm just about to mix for the rest of her hair might be able to be useful for painting in some of those even lighter strands of hair. So let's do that next here. Let's just for it to clean this brush. So that hair, let's just, that is really almost white. So, let's see if I can just take, I am actually almost tempted just to use that. You know what? I was gonna just use the white as it is, and you're like, you know what? Let's put a bit of yellow in here, because that way I can always then paint the white highlights over top. You know, I didn't even notice until just now this little bit of shading behind her head. I could still put that in. I don't know how necessary it'll be, though. We'll see. I mean, it's possible he did that himself, kind of after he painted. He's like, I kind of need a little more contrast there. We'll see. I mean, it's you never know. I think for right now, I'm just going to move on without it and see if I can get this done without it. Yeah. Just ran out of paint here, so I'm just remixing it here. It's almost a slightly greenish quality. I must have had a little bit of color still on my brush, but that's okay. So this is what I was talking about before. I can use this same color maybe to do a little bit of some lighter streaks in this other side of her hair. Try that again. Do I like that? I'm not sure I do. Okay, now let's go the opposite way. Let's start kind of darkening in her hair. How do I want to do this? Maybe I'll take a bit of those colors, bring them into this. So I just took a little bit of my previous brown, a little bit more warm yellow, bring it in here. I mean, these are not highlights, but shadows, I suppose, on the lighter part of her hair are pretty subtle, so kind of just want to play it a little bit easy here. I think that's maybe a bit more peachy skin color than I was hoping. So let's see if we bring a bit more yellow in here. Let's make this much more of like a golden brown. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, that's what we want. This is a little bit, you know, these little details are kind of a little bit tedious and time consuming. If you find this a little bit difficult because the paint is a little bit dry, you can add a little bit of glazing fluid there to help the paint be a little bit more fluid-like. I thought there was another place somewhere I wanted to. Oh yeah, maybe right up here. Okay. Barbara says, I'm using Faber-Castell pencils for outlines, but I think I'll use chalk for the block coloring. I like the finish you get with chalk. Very cool. I mean, it is assuming you have some kind of a spray that you can use to fix that chalk so it doesn't smudge or smear, especially when you're doing those pencil line afterwards. Just you could use hairspray in a pinch, but just remember hairspray is not archival, and it could cause the paper to discolor, just like it, you know, when you leave a French fry on a napkin, it will discolor it. Okay, let's take a break from that. Let's move on to a new chapter here. So I'm really happy with the way things are unfolding. I think everything's in the right place. I just want to now kind of go back to the background, do a little bit of work here, and then we're going to come back to the foreground, paint like her dress, some outlines, and the features on her face, and then we'll be done. So let's look at the background here. I want to do these little gray dots and green here. Maybe where should we start? I mean, I guess technically that's a gray, so maybe should we mix a black? I think that's gray. So let's take our cool blue, cool yellow, cool blue, cool yellow. We'll mix that up into this bright, cool green. And then we're going to take some warm red and mix that into this color to make black. I might have put a bit too much red in here. Okay, now I'm going to take my white, mix this black I just mixed, and that also helps reveal how close I was to making black. If it looked kind of purpley or brown, that would tell me I would need to add the opposite color in there. You could, of course, just use black paint. Nothing wrong with just using black paint and adding white to it, but I like to mix my own blacks. Just gives a bit more nuanced colors. If you're just starting out painting, doing what I just did, I probably made it look way easier. And if you're like, oh my goodness, I must be incompetent. How come I can't do this? Why is it so difficult? It's because it is a little bit difficult. I've been doing this kind of stuff for decades. So it's just like when you watch your grandmother make pierogies. You're like, whoa, okay, wait. How much salt did you just put in there? Oh, I don't know. I just do it, right? That's what my grandma used to say. Like, I haven't used a measuring cup in 40 years. And so, again, you could just use black. That would make your life speed that whole process up. But okay, let's. Come on. So now I'm just, well, let me see, let's zoom into these blobby shapes. Really, they're just, whoop, that might be too dark, okay? So I think we need a bit more white. I have no idea what he's thinking here, what these shapes are. You feel free to tell me what you think in the comments. I don't know, maybe they're supposed to be paparazzi flashes, or I don't know, like when you're looking at a star, your eyes might start to see spots. Maybe that's what he's thinking here, that she's so glamorous that she's kind of blinding us with her beauty. I don't know. Lots of possible interpretations here. Almost kind of like leopard spots. Obviously not the color of leopard spots, but I don't know. My marks might be a little bit on the darker side. Oh, Kathy's going on a mini holiday. Where you going, Kathy? Going for somewhere sunny or somewhere cold to get away from the sun? Sometimes people in the summer are like, oh, this is too hot, I need to go somewhere a little bit cooler. Okay. Now I'm going to take my warm yellow and warm blue. I like this green. I'm going to mix up this cool green here. But I'm going to take a little bit of gray because it's not the most saturated green. It's a little bit muted. I'm actually bringing a little bit of color. It was a little bit dour there. Okay, that's good. And that is a little bit of a bit more of a bluish green than a yellowish green, but I kind of like the color I've mixed here, so I'm going to use it, although it's a bit darker. I don't think I've got green elsewhere here, so. You know what? I'm going to take a little bit of this brown I had earlier from the hair. I'm going to paint this into. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for our background, right? Okay, I'm just gonna quickly blow dry it. Okay, let's move on. was talking about the highlights in her hair. What was I? Foreground. We're getting pretty close here. The main things left are really, I mean, is to paint her dress, the blue dress, some outlines around her body, and then just the blue on her, around her eyes, her red lips, and then we're done. I mean, easier said than done, because those are in many respects the most important details. But I think saving those things to the very end is also kind of nice, because then I'm fully warmed up. I've been practicing painting for hours. I'm feeling more and more and more confident with my brush skills. And then that way, when I do those details on the face, it's sort of me at my peak. Having said that, you know, not everybody can paint for 4 hours straight. And so in that instance, you know, that this might be a good place to stop, because you could be like, okay, well, now I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'll paint her dress, and then that'll help me get into some confidence. I'll paint some of these outlines, and then I can wrap up painting her eyes, kind of thing, right? So, you know, however you want to go about it. Let's look at the painting again. So her dress is a warm blue, and it's basically just our ultramarine blue right out of the tube. So we're just gonna take this color. Might even use a bigger brush. I mean, well, I guess I'll use a combination of brushes here to do some details. Might have to do 2 layers of this paint. A little secret that might be helpful is when I'm doing things, sometimes I'll just take my brush and shimmy it sideways across, as opposed to just doing, you know, going around, because what can happen is you can create these ridges of texture when you kind of go around by painting straight up and down. The paint kind of goes along both sides, kind of like when you're shoveling snow, right? It kind of, the snow goes off onto the edges, and then you gotta go back and also just be a little bit careful about these brush strokes and the directions they are. As I paint the color down, you'll notice I then try to quickly go and get rid of any kind of really bold brush stroke in there, so that that doesn't get kind of baked into the overall picture. This blue that I'm using here has remained mostly untouched throughout today's episode, so it's kind of a little bit gummy and toothpastey. It's kind of not cooperating super well. It's another reason to just put paint on your palette a small amount, and when you need more, put more fresh paint on there. Let's blow dry that, and I'll do another layer. Wow, Kathy's going up to Whitehorse. Wow, beautiful area. If you're not too far away, you should head up to Dawson City. Just well, like short flight, or about 8-hour drive. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, you got that near 24-hour daylight happening up there, which is amazing. For some people, it drives them crazy. It's hard to sleep when the sun is out. I did a residency at Kayak, the Klondike Art. Klondike. How does? Now I'm trying to think of how you spell kayak. Well, I know how to spell it, but how the acronym Kayak Institute of Art or something like that. However they came up. I don't think it actually spells Kayak. I think there's. But anyway, yeah, loved being up in the Yukon. Okay, I'm just going to add a little bit of glazing fluid into this blue. Just to, it's kind of a little, it's been sitting out here in the studio for hours, just drying away. Adding a little bit of this fluid in there, just going to make it so much more, wow, look how much easier that spreads around. Now it's obviously going to be more transparent and take a little bit longer to dry. But especially for a second coat here, I think it's going to be exactly what we want. And you can see how just beautiful deep blue this is. I could have just squeezed fresh paint out rather than using the glazing fluid in this paint. I just hate to see paint going to waste here, so if there's a way to rescue it. You could use a little bit of water in there. I mean, I prefer not to use water with my acrylics just because it's gonna, if I can get a little bit more granular as the glue starts to break down, I'd rather have use just a medium to keep that paint use a medium instead to thin the paint out. Keep the gluing properties intact. So I'm going to blow dry this and maybe just do a little bit of touch-ups. I don't know if I want to put another layer of blue because it's really nice, glowing, warm blue right now. If I put another layer, it could get much darker, and I kind of want to keep this nice and bright. I'm just painting back over a few places where it's maybe a little bit more transparent. Often that's in areas of like finer detail where I'm using a smaller brush, that it tends to be a little bit lighter. Because when you're using, you know, in the center of her figure here, I was using a big brush and I'm just smearing big thick coats of paint in there. So of course it's going to be darker and thicker. But you know, when I start noodling around by her hair there or her sleeves, that's where I'm using less paint. I'm using smaller brushes, and where I will start, the paint will just be a little bit thinner. I applied it less opaquely. Opaquely? Is that a word? Less opaquely. Okay, that's good. I'm going to blow dry that again just so I don't get my hands on there, because I was just erasing. It looked like I somehow got a fingerprint on her bicep there. I wanted to get rid of that. I've got kind of paint building up on my fingertips, which kind of sometimes makes me a little bit anxious, because sometimes those little bits fall off onto the painting and get into the paint. I'm not going to wash my hands right now. I have sometimes in the past stopped to do that. That yerba mate. Okay. Lisa loves the blue dress. Yeah, look how I love how it just glows, hey? You could see that there's, you know, some areas where it's a little bit darker than others, where I had more paint layered up there. As it dries, that might lighten up a little bit as some of the water inside evaporates. It's also possible it'll stay like that. That's why, saying as I applied that paint, I made a kind of concerted effort just to kind of go in and continually. I didn't want rigid. I mean, that's, I kind of wanted to try to avoid what's happening there by just brushing the paint out so that I don't have any kind of weird ridges and blocks and big clumps of color. And I was also trying to paint it so that it was kind of conforming to her body, that I'm kind of got this, so that I don't have lines going contradicting her form. I want them to, follow her shape here. So, we're getting pretty close. What do we have to do? We've got the face, so maybe it's time. It's time for some finishing touches. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So what we want to do now is we're just going to basically paint her facial features in any like outlines. I think there's some all around on her arms, maybe her collar. So we're pretty close to the end here. So it's a very exciting moment. Let's bring up the original. And I think we're going to zoom in here. Look at her face. We're going to start putting in those big blue lines. It does make me think about her eyes. Do I want to paint her eyeballs white? That does look like what he's done. I sometimes am a little bit afraid to paint just white in there because it can make faces look very cartoony. So I think what I'm going to do in lieu of just pure white is go back to the gray that I was using here earlier. I don't want it to be quite so dark. Like, I don't want it to be gray like that, but I'm just going to take my white, just grab a little bit of this gray. Sorry. My white, a little bit of that gray. So it's just a slightly off-white color. Because after all, our eyeballs aren't just pure white. They're slightly, they're also, well, lots of different colors we could say, but that might even be a bit too gray still. Let's, I'm going to zoom in here. We could also just use the skin tone and just leave that and not paint white there at all. I think I'm just going to use a little bit of water and just kind of erase what I've done here. You always want to be careful that you don't over wipe, because I don't want to wipe away the glazing fluid there. That, it should be dry, but if you scrub too hard, you can scrub paint that is on that surface. All right, just like if you're scrubbing it off your fingers at the end of a painting session. I'm going to do the same thing, use the same just barely off-white to do the inside of her mouth here, the teeth. Okay, maybe I'll just blow dry that real quick. Trying to think, what's it called? Near White Horse is Carhart. Carstairs. There's a kind of a small town. I think halfway, maybe that's south of White. I can't remember my geography, but in Yukon there's a desert, which most people don't think about. Like, the thing of deserts they associate with really warm climates, not like the far north, but there's a desert in northern Canada, and the town Car something is right on the edge of it. It's also really cool. There's the local indigenous population has all these beautiful buildings that they've built and are hand painted on the sides. Just beautiful little town. Highly recommended. I can't remember. Again, this is, when was I up there? 2014. Gosh, it seems like a lifetime ago. Okay, so I just squeezed some fresh paint out of the tube, so it's in its kind of best state for doing little details like this. I could, of course, use like a Posca pen. And actually, speaking of which, I saw a great sale on Amazon for Posca pens. I was gonna bring it up there, but there's for like $35 Canadian plus tax, you can get a set of 15 Posca pens. And so I ordered that the other day for my students. Like, that's an exceptional deal, because generally they cost about $5-6 Canadian a piece, and so that same set cost like $70 normally at every other art supply store. But that's basically one of the only things I order off of Amazon in terms of art supplies. Is, I'll do a little double check before I go buy something, but Amazon is usually way too expensive for art supplies. I sort of sometimes feel like it's just people who went to the art supply store, bought their art supplies, and be like, well, I'm just going to put it on Amazon. I'll charge like 5 times the price and just see if anybody buys it. And if they do, then boom. Just money in the bank. So these lines might be, I might want to expand them, make them thicker here as I go, but I'm starting out on the thinner side of things until I get, all the details just roughly painted in. And then I can expand outward in whichever direction might be required, because possibly I might make a mistake, and it's easier for me to then kind of expand the eyelid a little bit higher up or a little bit lower down, depending on what I've done. just going to paint that all blue and then just do a highlight, white highlight over top. That's just as easy to do. So that's like, so what I've just done here, so look how I'll paint this one a little bit smaller. I'll start a little bit smaller, and then I'm going to look at this and see if I can notice which direction it is, like which side I might want to expand. Right? Like I feel like this eye is, you know, it's not looking straight at us, it's looking a little bit to the side. So that tells me, with at least if I want to keep it as I've done here, I'm going to expand this side a bit. This is getting the eyes to line up is one of the most difficult things. So that's, I think, using this little trick here can save you lots of grief. Okay, so I'm just going to wait on that. I'm going to let that dry. While that's drying, I'm going to come and work on her lips for a little bit. And then I'm going to come back to the eyes, which will be more dry. And I may even put a little bit of darker color, maybe even a little bit of black into that blue, just to darken it down a bit. Must be stamping a little bit of paint all over the place here. Okay, so let's go to, in fact, I'm going to use some new warm red, even though I've got a bit of it on the palette. Just makes my life a little bit easier in these final touches here. No reason to give myself problems. Always making sure that the center of these lips line up directly. Oops, I got a little bit of red. I have to paint that out. You know, it should be right in the middle between her nostrils. Right? If the center of my lips doesn't match up with the center of her nose, it's going to make it look like one of them is askew. And it kind of, so this, now it looks like I might have made this side of her lips a little bit longer, a little bit wider here. So I'm just going to go back to this side and just widen that a bit more. I mean, we're talking super subtle stuff, but it's the kind of stuff that, you know, when I'm looking at my painting a little bit later on, it drives me crazy. I'm like, ah! See, that feels... These lips keep expanding. Getting bigger and bigger. I'm giving her Botox here as I paint. Okay, so as I'm doing this, now I start to see that maybe these eyes are diverging. Maybe they're okay. Maybe this eye needs to still come over a little bit to the left. You know, while I've got a little bit of this red on my brush, I'm going to take some glazing fluid. Let's look there. It does make her chin look really weak, doesn't it? I'm gonna have to think about that. Maybe I'm gonna take a little break from that and paint some red on her arms. I accidentally got a little bit of red in there before, or green, sorry. And you know what, I'm just gonna embrace that. It's gonna work well to kind of just slightly darken this warm red. So that's, you know, what I'm just doing here is, it's like, if I get into a place where I'm like, you know, I'm a little frustrated, rather than just sit there and fight with the painting, it's like, you know what, let's just move on for a few minutes. We'll come back here. But let's just you know, work on another area. Let it sit and digest for a bit. And then, you know, sometimes I've done that and I come back 10 minutes later, half an hour, 2 days later, and I go like, okay, wait a second. I remember there being some problem here, but I don't know where it went. So sometimes the problem just solves itself. It just goes away. Carcross. That's it. Lisa says Carcross Yukon. Yes, thank you for. Carhartt is a brand of clothing, like working jeans and pullover sweaters and boots and stuff. Oops. There isn't a red line around her collar of her shirt, but I'm gonna put that there because I don't like how I feel like I was a little sloppy here. You know, I remember one of the cool things, the first night I was in, I stopped in Whitehorse on the way up to Dawson City, and I stayed the night there and then caught the next morning a flight to Dawson City. But there was a little art gallery that was in, like, basically someone's house. It was like a house/art gallery. And they were having like some kind of opening or poetry thing. And since I didn't know anybody, didn't have anything better to do, I went and showed up. It ended up being super cool. There were all these, there was like a drum circle and poetry, and you know, not necessarily everybody's cup of tea, but you know, it turned out to be just this real fun kind of thing to do. You know, when you're a stranger in a strange land, and so check out and see if there's any kind of events like that happening in Whitehorse. I mean, there's not a lot of art galleries. The community is pretty small. So that's one of the cool things about those smaller towns. No offense to Whitehorse, but, you know, it's, I don't know how many people live there. Maybe 100,000 tops. So those little communities, you know, the artists that are there, you know, will gather. Like, there's only so many events happening, so when there is, everybody shows up. Unlike a place like here in Vancouver, people are like, I don't know, it's raining, or I'm done, just got off work, I think I'm just gonna stay home tonight. Okay, I'm going to use this purple here that I've created to get a much darker, deeper blue, especially for the top eyelids, which we tend to want to make darker anyway. over this collar here. That dark blue. I should probably blow dry this. I don't know what's wet and what's not. Okay, I'm gonna just do a little bit of these eyelashes here. I'm tempted to do more of them, even though he didn't do them all the way across. I don't know. It's, little details like that I'm doing right there are maybe deceptively difficult to pull off. That takes some like brush control, so that might be definitely something you may want to use like a Posca pen for. I have noticed I somehow got little discolorations going on here. I think it's just from my hand. Just wipe that off. Okay, quick blow dry, last touches. Okay, I'm going to dip into my white here. Let's do the highlights on her eyes. Go back over her teeth here because when I was talking about lining this up, I got a little bit of red right in the middle of her teeth. It made her look a little bit gapped tooth there for a bit. Maybe I'll even just take a bit of my red and some white. Highlight on her lip. blow dry this real quick. There's Rick has just gotten in from the garage doing brake work on the car. It's all okay. Wow, man of many talents, great painter and mechanic. Very handy skills, or well, the mechanic stuff. I don't know so much about the painting, but okay. Perfect timing. Okay. I do see some differences, but I think I'm done for the day. So let's we've arrived at that time, the end of our painting session for today. So let's do a quick comparison, comparing the original by Kees van Dongen to the one that I've been working on today, and just see how they turned out. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when those future episodes are taking place. I don't usually paint here on Monday mornings, but here I am. If you want to support the channel with $5 donation or less or more, consider using the PayPal link there. You can scan the QR code or put in that web address. It'll take you to this page where you can safely donate to support the channel, or you can also send an e-transfer or a check in the mail, or use the YouTube super chat. I think Senga sent in some money during the chat, so that is awesome. Thank you, Senga. All those links are down below, so you just click on those links. And quick shout out to the Facebook group. Consider taking a photograph of today's painting, whether it is your version of Brigitte Bardot or something else, maybe a drawing that you've created, or you're just doing the drawing course that I did years ago. I still give people free feedback on that. Join the Facebook group, upload your artwork, and in a couple weeks we're doing our next bonus episode. Okay, so there's the original, and there's my version side by side. Almost immediately I notice how much less dark her eyes are. He kind of really widened those eyelids, and also the blush on her cheeks is more intense than what I've done. Maybe her lips are also bigger, fuller than mine. So those are noticeable differences. I didn't really even until this moment see those, because I was looking. We literally just finished those details. I don't mind that though. That even though they're a little bit different, I think mine has its own kind of charm. I feel like he made a much bolder choice with those lines. Her eyelids and her lips, the blush on her cheeks than I did. Mine is a little bit more safe. And maybe potentially we could say a bit more generic, where maybe that's, his style. He's pretty bold, right? Like all of his paintings are, he really pushing those extremes, and that's part of what made him such a famous and important artist. So just keeping that in mind. But that does give you some options as to kind of how you might want to approach this painting. Do you want to go bold like Van Dongen, or do you want to play it a little bit more safe like me? Okay, we're gonna just go into the details here and just do some side-by-side comparisons. So, there's the bottom of my canvas versus the bottom left of his. I think the colors, they're pretty close. You'll notice I used two different reds here deliberately. I used this cooler red on the left, which I kind of assumed was the background. And even though this red, I guess, is technically the background, just for kind of teaching purposes, I just thought, I'll use two different reds, just so people can see the difference. And you tell me whether you see the red here on the left or the red under her arm as being in front of the other. Technically, the one that's the warmer red right here should appear to be a little bit in front of this one there, but, everybody sees things a little bit differently. Well, maybe even just as we look at her torso here, you can see there's a little bit more transparency in his. We can see the way that the brush strokes are done. I think it's actually really nice how that kind of comes through. Didn't quite capture that so much in mine. I suppose if I had used a smaller brush to do it, then that would have, I think, been a little bit more successful. Let's go all the way to the right here. Okay. Probably noticeably, you'll notice that the center of her arm, the inside of her elbow, on mine, very subtle. His, again, much bolder brush stroke there. You'll notice this kind of looks a little bit strange. I kind of, just playing, calling an audible, as they might say there. Let's just sort of look at some of these spots as to how he painted them versus the way I did it. Again, I just painted those white dots and put some kind of gray inside. Not really sure what those are, but, that's okay. And then how about we'll just come over here. We'll look at her maybe neck and hair first. What's to say there? It looks similar. I guess a little bit of it, I just noticed this bit of... I was intending to paint that blonde coming right up, covering part of her neck here, going underneath, behind her chin or jaw. Didn't do that, so it does make, on mine, her neck look a little bit thinner than his. Or his version of Brigitte Bardot, right? I don't think it's a problem. I think it's fine. I mean, I would be a little bit concerned if I had gone even further. Then her neck would start to look a little bit too thin, and she'd start to look like a bit of a bobblehead, like her head's going to fall off. So tiny, almost imperceptible difference there, but there is a difference there. Again, the hair, I was just sort of playing around here, not worrying so much about mimicking the original. I think that's okay. I mean, his is the way he painted that hair is it gives a real sense of there's like these layers of hair which is something I kind of struggled with a little bit. I was thinking, like, how do I make that make sense? I also feel like this got a little bit more orangey, and so I mentioned too that as I painted kind of a bit of an orangey brown over top of these browns, and kind of was immediately like, oh, that's starting to go kind of, you know, strawberry blonde, a little bit kind of almost redhead type. You know, I didn't obviously decide to change it, but I was thinking, it's a little bit different. His has got just a bit more of a sandy brown, whereas I've got a little bit more of a reddish brown starting to appear there. Fuzzy Chan says, hello, I made it right at the end. Yes. Lisa, hi Lisa's cool painting. I love it. Awesome. And then we'll just wrap up here, just looking at the face itself. And so as I mentioned before, you can see, you know, now that I've had a chance to see it a little bit further away, I notice how much thicker the top and bottom eyelids are, and even how they start to kind of get closer to the nose. You know, I mean, they feel like they're painted kind of quickly and very bold, very expressive, where mine feel a little bit more like I was being a little bit more cautious. Right, same thing with like the nose. Like his is like bolder brushstrokes on for the cheekbones and or cheek highlights there, the little rosy cheeks. Bigger lips, bigger fuller lips. So mine, I've kind of, you know, dialed things back probably 20-30%, where his has amplified those details. You know, I'm just about, you know, as I was doing this, I was wrapping up. You know, had I been doing this earlier, I might decide to go back into it, but I don't know. I'm happy with that. I also maybe articulated her chin a little bit more than he did. He's just got a couple little lines there. I don't know. All in all, I don't think too bad of a way to spend a morning and early afternoon. Not the same, but different. Different's good. I want to celebrate diversity, so I'm not worried about it not being exactly like the original. Okay, well, that brings us to the end of another one of these episodes. There's Barbara in the chat and Deborah. Michael, I love your version better. To be honest, Brigitte Bardot wears heavy eyeliner. That's true. Definitely had those big, dark, smoky eyes. Barbara's already posted her painting to the Facebook group. I love it. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for painting with me. I'm so excited to be back in the studio and working after I had that little bit of a illness for a while, and then I got all caught up, like I got really far behind in my teaching at the university. But now I've got a little bit more time. Summer class is coming to an end, or at least that semester I was teaching. So this Wednesday, in just a couple more days, I'll be right back to it. I want to finish off the William Acrylic painting that we began, the Teaching Ukrainian. Yeah, lots of stuff coming down the pipeline pretty soon, so stay tuned. We'll see you again very soon. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks so much for helping to make this world a brighter, more creative place. And I think if we're all making art, if all of our leaders were making art, we live in a more peaceful world. And geez, if you've looked at the news lately, I think we could use a little bit more creativity, a little bit more construction than destruction, right? Until then, have a wonderful afternoon, morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. We'll see you again soon, everybody. Bye-bye. Gotta remember what to say. It feels like it's been forever.